Hi everyone! Happy Saturday! Different from what you remember in some ways, but just the same in other ways. If you haven't caught on, let me give you a more direct example. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, the difference. The time of day changes as you get further in the mission. This is something Gold Athena has been cooking up very recently. Neat little idea that we put into practice. The colors are so pretty. I love it. Gold Athena did a fantastic job. And of course, I've been rebuilding and restructuring the level design here and there in various ways as well. Pretty much got the layout here finalized from the last stream that we did. The layout itself is pretty much the same, but everything is just way less claustrophobic. And we're gonna design the encounter for this place today. We'll be taking the pretty sunsets. Look at what Gold Athena did as well. She added the scrolling clouds that I don't think Halo 2's... I can't think of a single mission in Halo 2 that uses the scrolling clouds. From, Kaesides did all the time. Although I might be misremembering, but this level certainly didn't, so that's really great. Oh, that's exciting though, considering Sacred Icon takes place right at night. I figured it only makes sense to put this BSP at sunset. And I'm gonna further tweak the surrounding distant terrain to control where the sunspots fall and everything, how the shadows are formed and all that. So still a work in progress, but it's looking very exciting. Before we get into encounter building stuff, we show you guys the progress that we've been making on the engineer recently. Are you going to include the flooded part of the second mission in this mod? The second mission? You mean Metropolis, the third mission? Technically the fifth mission. Yeah, it's flooded. I added me and Gold Athena added the water back, but I did not include the diving underwater segment because otherwise you wouldn't be able to have grunts on the ground there, which isn't good for that encounter. Yeah, let's show you the progress that we made on the engineer. Its model is just about finalized. Let's hop over into the sunken chamber. Here they are. Okay, we have two separate variants here. We have normal variant, which gives weak shields to a lot of dudes, and then the armored variant, which gives strong shields to just a few dudes, basically. But yeah, Luna is responsible for modeling it. Patty is responsible for the textures, and Fozzie Bear is responsible for doing the awesome concept art for it. It is a combination of ODST's and CE's designs. CE's body shape with ODST's sort of coloration. They gotta test out the animations that Echo made for them. The whole team has really fallen in behind the engineer, and then Gold Athena and I worked so hard getting the gameplay for it all sorted out and everything. I am so hyped for these guys, and the helmet does block headshots too. How do you tell the difference between their shield buffers? That's a great question. The standard one's shields that it gives are purple. The stronger shields that this one gives are mint green. So like Halo 3 ODST's invincibility or engineer color. So I need to test out the new animations that Echo gave these guys. So let's take a look at that. We should have a few key animations like startling and a death animation. Although the animation impulses for these guys might be a bit limited depending on what the flight mode is capable of. So we'll have to see about that. Let me see what animations Echo pushed. Oh, right, the self-destruct animations. Let me get Gorilla over here. Will Marines target them? No. That would just cause too many problems. It would cause problems, and it's better for gameplay if the player is the only one that goes after it. Engineer. Flight. Surprise back, surprise front. I need to see if that's working. I don't know exactly what the flying mode in Halo 2 is able to do and what it isn't able to do, but we'll see. They might, some animations might not even be able to work. Might not even be able to work with the flight mode. So I wonder if there's anything we could do about that. Let's see, there should be something about a surprise impulse that controls at what distance they do that. There's a surprise impulse. And then there should be something in the character tag that also controls that. Hi, Spectre. How are you? I wonder if is the only way to animate a flying character like this to have them in the flight mode. Let's see, how does the Sentinel work? Okay, the Sentinel doesn't use a flight mode at all, so theoretically we can do the same with the Engineer and have all the animations work properly. So how's the engineer set up right now? What is the thing that makes it use the flying to begin with? Are they even using the flying mode or the combat mode? That's what I need to see. If they're set up, if we have them set up the same way as the Sentinels, then shouldn't be an issue. We do not have the has flying mode thing enabled. We do have flying enabled here. Is that enabled for the Sentinels? Yes, okay. It might be things related to the style tag that I would need to tick for that to work. Perception properties. Where is the surprise? Surprise distance. Okay. What is the value that they're inheriting? They're playing their surprise dialogue. See their orders if they're in combat already or not. They're already alert, so maybe that'll do it. There we go. Okay, it's because their orders were already set to alert. I don't know what this animation is though. It seems like their surprise animation's looping when it shouldn't. Yeah, okay. That's weird. Doesn't look like their death animation's working either. So that might not even be plugged in yet. I won't spend too much time on the engineer here. I'll touch base with Echo and Luna on that later. I do want to see the self-destruct animation that accompanied, though. Ow. Let me see. What is the... How do death animations work? Hard kill, soft kill. Okay. Let's see. Okay, they should, like, inflate like the flood carriers do. Let me, like, slow the game down by a lot, so I can see. Because it's, like, really quick. Can't tell if that was working or not. Doesn't seem like that was working. I need to see if it's... Is it because I'm headshotting it? Couldn't even see behind the particle effects. I can't see. Stupid sniper rifle. I don't think it's working. Oh, it might be because of something in their model tag. Hold on. I have to set them to die or take full damage when they die. They should already die, though. What is the thing that makes AI ragdoll? Let me disable their flight mode just to see if they're using that or not. Can you all stop exploding for just a second? Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so getting rid of the flight mode lets them do some of their animations. I think this is their retreating animation. Okay, let me see. Still can't see. That might be because I need to add the hard kill into the specific mode. Wait. Thank you, Arabi. Let's see. Does this have to be entered in for every? Yeah, might be. Still not working? Alright, I'll troubleshoot that later. Want to check if their stuck by grenade animation works at all. Maybe, maybe not. Might be because I need to add Berserk animation to here, because that uses their Berserk impulse when stuck with grenade. Let's see. All of this is going to get overridden anyway next time Echo pushes, but I'm just seeing what works and what doesn't, because I'm not sure how flying enemies handle these kind of animations. Halo animations are not my strong suit. Get over here. The stuck with grenade Berserk impulse isn't consistent either with like a lot of AI. Might take a few tries if it's working. Avert your eyes from the engineer abuse here. Is it just me, or is Sapien a little loud again? Let's turn that down. I like the retreat and cower animation. Just trying to get the... see if the sticking animation works. I actually don't know what their berserk animation looks like to begin with. But it's not this in any case. Let me make it so they're on my team so they stop trying to run away. Just to see if their fleeing mode has anything to do with it. Get over here. Hey, there we go. There's their berserk animation. Okay, so they can't berserk when they're in their flee mode, apparently. Okay, this is gonna take some experimentation off stream. I'm just seeing Echo's work and learning how this kind of stuff works with this type of enemy. Love it. What about their death animation? Does that work when they're not fleeing? I don't think... Oh, it might. It might. It's just like really, really subtle. Alright. Now, let me take a look at their self-destruct. So we have the animation that's set to run on them here. So we'll go unit, or yeah, custom animation, AI get unit, AI current actor, objects, characters, engineer. Okay, what is that animation called? Any detonate, I think. I think that's it. Alright. We'll test the self-destruct on them now. Alright, CS run, command script, CS ng die. Nice. I should use this to see what their other animations look like that I wasn't able to get to work. I'm gonna forward some feedback to Echo on that. Okay. As for all the other functionality related stuff, take care of that later. Let me see what some of the other animations look like using this. Me every night when I go to bed. This is a stick animation. I like that. Okay. Good. Okay, now to the matter at hand. Oh, you guys want to see the update to the new section that I made? It's still not fully textured, but Brent did light maps on it and everything, and really liking how it's coming out. Where am I? Yeah, here we are. This is just after you get out of the second submarine. Still a work in progress, but running some test light maps here, and I'm really liking it. Let me get Regret out here, where he's supposed to be.
Every member of the Covenant
Where are you?
shall walk the path. None will be left behind when our great
Where are you yapping
journey
from?
begins.
Hold on. What is the script name, for fuck's sake? There it is. Island Hollow Looper. There he is. There's Regret. Texturing this area is going to be really fun. Got this rotating hologram up here as well. Hey, Patty. And then this area down here doesn't have any lights yet. Except for here. And then back out into nature. I got most of the AI like placement set up here, but I don't have any firing points set up just yet. And then we're gonna do that now. Gonna work out all the scripting for this encounter and make something nice and good. Nice and faithful to vanilla. Also, a lot of expansions in this area too. Okay. Close all that. Okay, where did I leave off last time? I believe I actually ended off yesterday working on this by adding a bunch of sleeping drones under these trees. I made like spawn all of them in so you can see. I thought that would be cute. Three of them spawn on normal, 5 on legendary. And then got a couple of patrollers down here too. They don't have anywhere to patrol to just yet. There are no firing points set up. Why did you make it late afternoon in game? Because it is late afternoon for like all of Delta Halo and Regret. And if you think about it, it should be sunset by this point in the mission because Sacred Icon is like takes place at the start of night. Here's another comparison to the first BSP that you start this mission on. Sun is higher up in the horizon. Really love the contrast. It's looking especially ominous and foreboding over here. I want to like have the sentinel walls risen up higher into the horizon so you can see the lights that Gold Athena added onto it now that we're closer to the sentinel walls. Okay. So let me, what do I have for this encounter? This is the Gully encounter. Just have the AI placement set up. I think I will first work out all of the firing positions for this area, which I'm gonna make a brand new zone for. What BSP are we on? BSP 3, Gully, enemies. Okay. So the idea with this encounter is you get pinned down from up here on AI lining the ridge and also drones coming in close. But the more you kill, the more they fall back, giving you room to push up. Is Sacred Icon actually that close? Yeah, those are the Sentinel walls. It's always been there. You can see the lakes from the start of Sacred Icon too. Even though the perspective is a bit off. Like in both cases. Like the perspective in both this mission and Sacred Icon when viewing the other mission makes no sense. Because like, if we're on a Halo ring, the Sentinel walls shouldn't be sinking into the horizon, they should be rising into the horizon. And then the perspective of the lakes from Sacred Icon is like a billion miles up. Like, from like way up here and further back. So, perspective's a little wonky, but we'll work with it. Alright. More you can do to help reduce your development time for Halo 2 Rebalance? I don't know about reduced development time, but contributing to my Patreon always makes me feel more safe and secure financially doing this full time. Alright, let's do the ridge enemies first. Or their patrol paths. Yeah, let me do their patrol paths. Just dot a few of these here and there. Oh my god. Holy shit, Deadbeat Hero. Thank you for the $100 super chat. Jesus Christ. What does that 20 mean? Like your 20th super chat? Thank you. Thank you very much. You are awesome. Very generous, my man. You're gonna be floating up there at the top of chat for a good while. With that $100. That's what allows this mod to keep bumping along. It's folks like you. Need some patrol pads for the drones down here too. While I'm at it, maybe make it so AI don't try to path up this way. It's just better if they don't. Increase the radius of this pathfinding small here so it blocks any AI trying to come up this way. I hate when Sapien does that. You subbed to my Patreon. Thank you, Experimenter. $2 is just fine by me. Appreciate it, dude. Depleting enemy forces causing them to retreat is very Halo 3 inspired. It's like a common setup for encounters in this game too. They do that all the time. Okay, those are some patrol paths. Now, some actual like firing positions. Let's get those set up. Let's take care of the ones that are residing on top of the ridge here. Okay. I can subtract some firing points from the ridge there if too many of them are going up there and pinning you down. Do lockpicks show on the HUD? No. But I show you how many you have remaining when you use one. I'll show you. What's a good one to go to? There we go. Let me switch BSPs. And the contrast between the time of day is so great. I have 2 lockpicks right now with this test script. There we go. Don't worry about the text misalignment there. It's aligned properly in a compiled map. Nice and elegant. Hey, you can see what I put in this one. Spoilers. Oh yeah, Gold Athena pushed a adjustment to the shaders of the shader of the distant tree plane foliage. So let's take a look at that. Made them like sway. Let's see. There's a little bit of movement on them. Very subtle. Very subtle impression of movement makes the world feel just a little bit more alive. Lovely. Alright. I'll add some of those when I get to the decoration pass of this new area over here. Lockpicks, when do those get added? That's the sort of gimmick of this mission. I'll show you. I'll show you when it gets sort of tutorialized. Switch BSPs again. H3R have lockpicks if there is a good enough reason for them, like in this mission.
Cortana, the Covenant's getting nosy. I don't want to give away my position, so I'm rerouting a few stragglers back to you. I apologize. These Pelicans are all the support you're gonna get. Understood, ma'am.
Highlights the drop zone too. Watch out, birds! There they are. I just grabbed 2. You're gonna get another batch of 2 with the second Pelican supply drop. And then I added this bridge here to allow you to get to this unused tower.
Big surprise, it's full of Covenant reinforcements.
What happened to all the enemy spawns that are supposed to be on this gondola? Interesting. Anyway, won't bother myself with that for now. Right now. Made a separate version of the gondola here that has a sunlight light attached to it. We might tint the sunlight in the earlier BSP as well to look a little later in the day compared to Delta Halo, but we'll see. I really just love the idea that you go into the underwater when it's late afternoon, and then you come out of the whole underwater segment and it's like dusk. I don't know, I just really like that sort of passage of day throughout this mission. Okay. Back to the thing that I've, like, the top 5 things I enjoy doing most when it comes to Halo modding, which is putting down a bunch of rainbow squares. I don't know why, it's just something about this is so satisfying and fun to me. It's like, kind of like being a movie director, telling every actor where they should be, what they should do, where they should stand. How well the AI take the jump hints that you put down? Yeah, it can be tricky to work out that system and how the jump hints should be positioned, but it's really satisfying when it actually works. I think I already got all the jump hints that I need, at least prior to real testing. All the jump hints that I'll need for this area. Okay, that should do it for the elites and jackals here. They don't need that much. Now for the drones. Let me take care of their on-foot combat positions first. Wonder if I should make them able to jump on top of the rocks. They would need to be pathfindable geometry to do that. Let's see. Yeah, I need to make this pathfindable. Let's see, what is the prefix for pathfindable? Plus. Okay, let me highlight a few of these. Just make them pathfindable. So the drones can hop on top of them. Good if I could have them hop on top of the tree branches here too. All right. Probably should limit the drones on the ground firing points to the ridge here, and then if they want to get close, either have them perch on top of the rocks or fly. Hi, Alistair. Let me place a couple of firing points on top of the rock for later. I'll need to put jump hints here if I do that. Let's see. I think they can make that jump alright. Okay, we'll see. Have to see how that works out next time I import this BSB. I don't want to re-import this BSB on this stream though, because I want to keep the pretty sunset light maps. Need to add some... Oh, drones already have jump hints to come up here, okay? Okay, who else needs... What else do the enemy AI need here? The drones need flying points, okay. Don't want to have them fly around too aggressively. I think at most, just like 2 points that they can fly around the rock here, and then off to the right somewhere. Okay, that should be good for flying. Now I need to make the orders for everyone, and then see how it feels. Oh yeah, I also need to do the allies as well. I'll make a separate zone for the allies. I always love doing ally firing points. Adding new areas to this level? Maybe. Maybe. Changing the position of the sentinel wall. I do want to raise it up higher, yeah. We're a lot closer to it now, so it makes sense that it would be... We could make it a lot higher in the sky over here. And Athena added a bunch of the lights here now that we're closer to it, so... It would be good to get a good view of those, too. Okay, where should your ally stand as soon as you come out here? Probably somewhere around this tree. They need to bunker somewhere when you initially come out. While you're still under stealth. You need to have your allies like lag behind you here, so they're not overcrowding you. And so you're making the push up yourself. I could maybe have the ODSTs come up and flank in this direction. That could be interesting. We could play around with that. If you yourself are not already up here, though, it would probably be a good idea. be good to maybe disallow allies from coming up this way, so I should probably remove the jump hint that's here. That might be pathfindable even without a jump hint, though. Let's see. Yeah, it is. I need to add a tiny pathfinding blocker here. So any AI goes around the ridge instead of coming up this way. ODSTs are going to come over here, then I need them to be able to path through here. I don't think I added a pathfinding blocker here. Yeah, okay. More chances to arm your Marines with HMGs, the GPMG? Yeah, anytime there is. Also the plasma cannon. Okay, now what about allies that are coming up from down here? How I feel about boss fights in Halo games. I think they can totally work. Halo Infinite is no doubt the closest Halo's ever gotten to good boss fights. I think Halo Infinite's boss fights are good, except on Legendary. On Legendary, they're a total farce because of the increase to their health that they get. And the insane amount of damage they do. I don't think you can barely even call the bosses in Halo 2 boss fights, because like you barely even interact with the bosses outside of very specific contexts, you know? You don't use like any of the mechanics the core mechanics of Halo's gameplay loop against the bosses. Like, they don't test you in that way, if that makes sense. The bosses themselves are more like set pieces in a encounter than like an enemy that you engage with using the mechanics that you've learned. Like, you can't interact with Tartarus at all until Johnson drops his shields. All you do with Regret is just jump on him in melee, which I guess that uses the boarding mechanic, but you can't do anything with him otherwise. And the Heretic Leader is the closest thing that comes to using the mechanics of the game. But that's just like, it's so short-lived that you can't get anything out of it. Okay, that should be good for ally firing points. Just need to work out the progression of their orders because I don't want them just following you. I want them to hang back at first, and then maybe once the Covenant start to fall back, then they follow you. Because otherwise, if they're following you right off the bat, they're just gonna be up in your face like all the time. And like getting themselves into bad positions in trying to keep up with you. So I feel like I'll hold off on making them follow you until the Covenant have fallen back themselves. And you're like up here and until you're actively pushing on them. I need to use the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Got a new chair, by the way. I needed something that gripped my shoulders and had a headrest. I have issues with my shoulders recently. Been sitting for long periods of time. Okay, generate all pathfinding. Get all this stuff working. Then I'll make all the orders for all these guys. More allies and sacred icon in quarantine zone. Generally, yeah. Especially quarantine zone, like the end gondola ride. Okay, let's make the orders for everyone. First of which is the jackals up here. Gonna have you guarding. Okay, okay, first is gonna be they're patrolling. Actually, wait, hold on. Make single patrol order for all of the enemies under 01. And then they'll progress to their actual combat orders once the area is alerted. Let me highlight the patrol paths I want them to take. If I can find them. If I can find the ones I put down. There we go. Okay, they'll patrol around there. And then the O2 patrollers. I'll have to manually set the elites orders because I can't have this progress to... I want the jackals and elites to have different orders, and I can't have them the one order progress to two separate orders, so I'll have to handle that via scripts when I when the alarm goes up. Gully Patrol 02. This will be for the other set of enemies over here. We're gonna be patrolling around this rock. About like that. YouTube didn't notify you. It's all good, Traverse. Okay, and then I'll probably set the elites orders manually in the scripts, so this can progress to the jackals orders. Let me just set these as everybody's orders. Let me set everybody's orders correctly. Pretty much the same setup of enemies in this encounter. You didn't really miss much. What are you talking about? We showed off everything with the engineer lately and all the stuff we've been doing here, and we also showed off the lockpick mechanic. I also been putting down all these firing points too. Okay, now let's make a move up order. Their trigger to move up will be AI alert trigger. Are you fixing this Tartarus fight? I'll do something with it, that's for sure. Alright, now the Jackals orders. They are gonna come up here and start suppressing you. Okay, and once they are down by strength, down by strength 50, and also I should add a trigger that makes them fall back if you kill the elite. So, goalie, elite 01 dead. If you kill their elite, they'll fall back. Regret and Tartar's shield's weaknesses, it's gonna be completely transformed after I'm done with it. Not mincing words there. Okay, and then once they've fallen back, they'll fall back to these positions. Alright. Now for the elite here. Oops, needs to stay at that patrol order. I'll set his order manually in the scripts. Okay. Goalie, elite 1. Okay, he'll have pretty much the same firing points up here to pin you down there. And then he will fall back. He will fall back either when he is weakened or the jackals are dead. Wonder if I should have them fall back at all, depending on if you kill all the drones. Now, I'll have the drones themselves start to fall back as well. Don't want everybody to fall back all at once. Sort of want you to chip away at them. Alright, then you will fall back. You know what? Let me actually put these guys under one squad group so I don't have to have so many orders. Let's see, goalie group 01. We'll group these guys under. And then we'll group these guys under goalie group 02. All right. Change this trigger to be based on the strength of their squad group. Goalie 01 weakened. X or less strength. Goalie group 01. I'll have them fall back at less than 50% strength. Same for you. Have you fall back about here. Okay. Do you think you'll be able to top this mod? I don't expect it, aside from maybe Halo 4 if I decide to do Halo 4. Because every other Halo game is significantly better realized. Maybe ODST. Just because, like, overhauling to be more like a human, and also adding back in elites and other sort of weapons that aren't in the game. That would be a good idea, Texel. Giving Tartarus a shockwave, or like a shock ball attack that he can level at you, so he doesn't have to always be rushing you down. Okay, now let's do the second set of jackals. They'll press to their firing points when the area is alerted. Goalie, Jacko 2. Okay, you will use these firing points. Okay. And then you will fall back when your group is weakened. X or less strength squad group. Only group O2, below 50% strength. Alright, and you guys will fall back up here. Jackals will be in front of the elite, ideally. I'm able to search back here. Okay, those Jackals O2. Now for the second elite that's up here. Goalie, elite O2. You're an hour behind the stream, Beta Venus. I do that all the time. I pause live streams, like forgetting that they're live streams. I think we will give Tartarus a helmet in some fashion, just to like sort of reason as to why headshots aren't instantly killing him, at least. Okay, the elite will ideally stand more behind the Jackals. Okay. Oh wait, that's where he should fall back to. Where he needs to stand and go to is right here. Alright, and then you will fall back when your group is weakened. I love doing this shit so much. I love doing AI squad encounter setups. Because hey, modding Halo is really, really fun because you get to just set something up and then you instantly get to play it. It's really rewarding. Change the design of a main character after 21 years? I wouldn't do it like as his main thing. I would have it, if we did give him a helmet, I would have him like put it on, like I would edit the cutscene animation to have him put it on after he powers up his shield and grabs his hammer. Maybe have him appear with like other armor pieces at the start of Great Journey, or I mean at the end of Uprising, that cutscene. And so he's wearing armor from that point on, late in the story. Depending on what I would want to do with the boss fight, if adding armor would even be something necessary at all. I don't know, I feel like shooting at him and him having tons of health would feel better if he wasn't like completely naked, if you know what I mean. Like if he looked like he had some form of armor for that boss fight, it would come across better. Tartarus helmet wouldn't add anything. The only reason I would do a helmet is to give some intuitive gameplay justification, like visually, for why he isn't dying instantly to headshots like normal enemies do. Because having a boss that dies in one headshot would not be good, which is kind of what makes Halo boss fights tricky to design for, is that you have to break at least some of the rules to have a decent boss fight. All right. Adding the Spectre in H3R? Halo 3 already has the Prowler, which fills the Spectre's role. Otherwise, there's nowhere to really fit a Spectre, unless I were to make level expansions. The only place you could reason putting a Spectre is, like, the Ark, if you add elite allies, but that's also the introduction of the Prowler, so also introducing the Spectre on that mission would be, like, super redundant. The only other place I could think of would be the Scarab fight at the end of the Covenant. But like, that's a context where you wouldn't even be able to drive it yourself or see it up close, because it'd be like all the way down on the ground, being driven by some elites. So yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the Prowler. Not yet. It is kind of funny, though, how the Prowler is like a backwards Spectre. It's like the same shape and basic design as the Spectre, like structurally, layout-wise, except you like drive it backwards. That strikes me as kind of funny. Okay, now the drones orders. We're gonna have 2 separate squads of drones here. One that more so hangs back and the other that pushes you. I think probably have the sleepers up here push you. So you can pick a few of them off while they're waking up. So first we need to get their patrol orders. Don't need to worry about patrol orders for the guys who are sleeping. Brute-esque Wraith and Banshee? No. Wouldn't do that. The Brutes, in Halo 3, the Brutes are being molded into the Covenant. Not the other way around. The Brutes are donning more Covenant-like armor that sort of blends their own aesthetic with the Covenant's materials, if that makes sense. So it's the Brutes that are being molded into the Covenant. They aren't like molding Covenant stuff around like them, unless we were to talk about like it bringing back the Brute plasma rifle, which I will. Where do I want these guys patrolling? Need them to have a couple more patrolling spots up here at least. It's good. It's good to have the drones patrolling around down here, really close to the stealth bushes, so you can perform those sneaky takedowns, and they're none the wiser. Okay. There will be where they'll patrol. Can AI pathfind through here? Yeah, okay, they can. And they'll progress through their combat orders when the AI alert trigger is ticked. Okay, goalie. Drone 01. Alright, where should these guys be? Probably on the ridge. And then also on top of these branches, or should that... I should save the top of those for the guys that are flying around, maybe. Although, these drones need to do something other than just stand in one spot. So yeah, I'll let them go up there. Alright, and then when they are weakened, I'll put the drones under the same squad group as well. So I can count all of them together. Although one of them needs to be part of the stealth sleeper squad group. I guess I'll just need to make a very specific order to count them both. Goalie, drones, weekend. Alright, so let's see. X or less strength. Go either 50% strength on, or well, 25% strength on these guys, or less than 25% on the other guys. It should be about where I want it. There's 3 in one squad group, and then there's 3 to 5 in the other one, so that should balance out well. Okay. Okay, you are gonna fall back to here. Okay, and then I can just start the other group of drones with their combat orders since they're just asleep. Goalie, drone, O2. Make the flood drive the gun goose in quarantine zone? Maybe. It's either that or have the Marines themselves drive it. I think I would probably lean toward the Marines, maybe. Depends on how early in the mission I want the gun goose. Alright, these drones are gonna be real annoying buggers. They're gonna actually fly around. I feel like this might not even be close enough. Although I don't want the enemies pushing you all the way back to the entrance, because that's partially what these redesigns were meant to solve, that problem. The redesigns to the level design here. Alright, you'll fall back when the goalie drones are weakened in general. And where will you fall back to? Fall back to up here so you can stand on top of these. Then might add some flying orders for them around this tree as well. Okay, that looks good for them. Give the Heretic Elites the same shield colors as the CE Elites? The CE Elite shield color is like white cyan. And in Halo 2, the Elite's shield colors are like white blue. And the Heretic's shield colors are purple. So I didn't make them match the CE Elites. I think that's it for the enemies. Aside from one thing. I wanted to have the enemies chase you into the next area if you, like, skip past it. So I'm gonna add that to their orders. If you go into this trigger volume about back here. Yeah. Okay, so we'll add an order ending to all of their combat orders. It'll make them chase you if you try to run past. Leaving Island Goalie, there's already an order for that. If player and trigger volume, exterior start, okay. I'm gonna make that not latch on though. This is a situation where you could enter that trigger volume without alerting the area. And then if you alert the area, all the enemies are just gonna gun it to the next area for some reason. So only tick that if you're still in trigger volume. Okay. Goalie chase. And then I'll take care of the firing points for that later. Once I actually have firing points for the cliff ruins. Gun Goose to H3R? Kinda obligated to, aren't I? I feel like the Gun Goose would be good for, like, the Arc, maybe. Although it could even make the Storm rocket segment more fun, but I feel like I would have to introduce the Mongoose earlier in that case. Because I need to introduce the basic Mongoose first before you introduce the Gun Goose. Thank you, Dark. But they also, oh yeah, I need to have them go to their fallback positions if you're like rushing up the ridge as well. That's something Vanilla did as well, I think. Okay. What's this next for the H2R video series once Regret is finished up? I think it's either encounter design stuff, or I'll like make a video talking about a smaller video talking about like engineer maybe. Scarabs walk in the background of Savo Highway. In the background of where? What background would you see them in? Okay, that's that for the enemies. I should probably do a playtest of this with the enemies before I add allies. Because there's a very, very real chance that you're going to have very few or no allies coming to this point, depending on how well you've played. Let me make these guys fall back to their fallback positions if you are rushing them. So where is the trigger volume that they used for the ridge? Let me grab that and adjust it to how I've changed the level design here. Okay, make them all fall back when you cross this line. Okay, as long as you're in that trigger volume, they'll fall back. I think there should already be a trigger for that as well. In Island Gully Ridge. This latch is on. Does not have that latch on. Have the drones fall back in the same way. Okay. Okay, nice. Is there anything else I need scripting infrastructure-wise? I need the reinforcement script that'll give the elites the orders that they need. Let me get a alert reinforcement script in here. There's not going to be a comms tower for this area either. I think I might have one for the ruins in the next area. Alright, tweak that reinforcement script. Okay. Could also get the Pelicans script in here as well. Let me look at the vanilla script here. Waits until you either move on or enemies are starting to die. Okay. Let's get that in there. Should be fairly simple. Sleep until we got 3 or less enemies alive. You would think mindful, that would make sense, but I don't think it would be fair to hold it against the player that they alert this area to instantly have this area on alert. How that'll be justified? From the player's perspective, as long as the area itself is out of line of sight between each other, that's enough justification for them. Like, these enemies over here, these enemies in this area over here might as well not even exist until the player actually sees it. So that's the nobody's gonna bat an eyelash to that kind of thing. And there are also just concessions that you have to make in terms of, like, the scale of the level design in-game is not at all representative of what it would be, like, if this actually took place. Like, the canon course of events of the scale of the environment. Like, the entirety of the first BSP of Outskirts is, like, the size of, like, 2 city blocks. Like, you're practically right next to the beach already, as soon as you land in that level, if we were to take the scale of the city, like, literally. It's the same logic that Truth and Reconciliation goes by. Like, the entire area would be like 2 city blocks, maybe. But each new area that you come into, regardless of how guns blazing you went in the previous area, is gonna be unalerted. As long as there's a dividing line between the areas, the player's immersion will be preserved. Hey there, Imperial. What was I doing? I forget. Right, the Pelican script. Okay, it'll wait until there's this amount of enemies left, and then after that, it'll wait until there's that amount of enemies left with a timeout. So it'll drop off, the Pelican will come in and mop up any of the remaining enemies if you're taking an absurdly long time. Infantry brutes on the first mission of Halo 3? No. Infantry brutes are like serve a totally different purpose from the captains. It's way more important to introduce the standard Covenant squad layout of grunts and their leader as the very first encounter. Deal with the Cortana and Gravemind moments in Halo 3 Rebalanced. Remove all of the movement and looking restrictions and make the effects, like, lower the opacity of the effects a lot so it doesn't visually interfere if you're trying to do something. That might require retiming when they happen if you don't hamstring the player's movements, but that can be accounted for. Oh yeah, that's something I'm going to explore, Texel, in this mod, is finding out cool ways to make the infantry different from the captains. Okay, Wake Island Pelican arrives. Pelican is not gonna land in the right spot at all. I kind of want to see what that's gonna look like. Where are you?
We secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
There he is. That's where he used to drop off the stuff. He landed in the tree. I'm gonna have him probably drop off all the stuff, like either in, like somewhere about right here. Maybe like right here. So like that would be the same nominal spot as vanilla. Not too much adjustments I have to do. You okay? You good? God damn it, you got the Pelican stuck in a tree. Look at what you've done. Shaking my goddamn head. Okay, well that's good enough for now. Is there anything else? This area is pretty straightforward. I don't think there is anything else, script-wise. Okay. Let me test this out. About any allies. Do I need to regenerate pathfinding again? Okay, now I needed to set up the test script for this. There's not even a test script for this part of the mission. How easy will it be to get allies over to this BSP? As simple as that. Oh yeah, the Cortana moments were originally something that you had to get in the right position for, like you were tuning a radio. That's a really cool idea, and I wish they did that for like optional Cortana moments, but having that be the main way that Cortana moments would be handled would guarantee that like only like 10% of players would see most of the Cortana moments, and those are kind of important to reminding you that Cortana exists, you know? Otherwise, everyone will like forget about Cortana entirely until Floodgate. Teleport everyone to here. Optional Cortana moments would be really cool to add if there are enough voice lines to justify it. Okay, let's see if this works. Everybody's here. Gang's all here. Let me just make sure the setup for everything works here properly before I actually do practical playtesting. Everybody be patrolling. Rolling, rolling. Hi, guys. Hey, nice. I'm very happy with how I scaled up this area. Okay, drones will fall back once I start killing enough of them. This encounter actually looks a lot cooler with the sunset behind all the enemies. Now we can push up. Same encounter flow and setup as the original, just with a lot more breathing room. And options of approach.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there.
Yes, yes, go drop the pods in the tree again. Okay, very straightforward encounter. I may actually practically playtest that now. And also shorten the time that it takes for the Pelican guy to start his dialogue. Where's the dialogue line? Probably, let me set the starting profile to something that the player's more likely to have by this point. Like a carbine. Carbine and like a plasma rifle, maybe. Not even a carbine, I should probably gimp myself. Just start myself with a plasma rifle. Plasma rifle. Let's give me some starting health damage of 50%. Plasma rifle and then plasma pistol. Maybe a carbine, but with like very little ammo. Two plasminades. Hey, let's see, Magnum Easter egg. Maybe. Maybe if you all behave yourselves. Oh yeah, I need to create the stealth bushes as well. And I need to destroy the non-essential stealth bushes when the alarm gets raised. If anyone has made any mods that use Republic Commando-style squad controls in any Halo game, I don't think anything like that would be technically possible. Maybe something really, really hacky, but Halo doesn't have anything like that. I can't begin to think of how you'd be able to do that. You would need, like, to be able to map giving AI, like, orders or command scripts to, like, an input. Pushes, great idea. Oh, wrong name. There we go, there are the stealth bushes. You can tell because of the leaf rustling sound. Tell no one. Thank you, Halo 2. Just standing about for. Oh, that woke up the drones. Area is like half alert right now. Did you just throw a grenade at me? Yeah, the sleepers all get woken up whenever you throw a grenade.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured
That's
the first
the...
tower cluster,
There are more
so I'll set
enemies,
down there.
even more enemies
Call when
spawned
you're ready
on
for
Legendary and Heroic. Okay, let me try that going full alert initially. I think I'm gonna subtract some firing points here from the ridge so there aren't too many enemies lining the ridge at once. Also, there were probably too many patrollers walking around there. Fun. Needs to be more guys just standing still there. Otherwise, stealthing that would be too hard. I need to have these guys spawn first. Guaranteed at least 2 patroller spawns. Oh yeah, and then I need to add them to the reset stealth script. Okay, and I think both of the elites are patrolling. Oh, this one back here is standing still. Okay. Okay. Look at the way they waddle when they're not alerted. Look at them go. Where you going? I think I would have been totally spotted there if this was legendary. Ah! Ow. Stop! I'm gonna die. On normal difficulty. Oh, hi, Madam Lava. Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Yeah, drones are headshotable.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel.
Okay, let's try going full loud. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, bitches. Confirm, the carbine is tasty. It tastes like fruit roll-up. Okay. Let me play this on Legendary now. Would you like to have the Banished if they were implemented with more sense? I don't think there's any sense where you could implement the Banished. That's the thing. Even if there was a lore justification for it, there's no gameplay justification for it.
Wait, go back.
Might as well watch this
That's
cutscene.
what I thought he said. The Prophet of Regret is planning to activate Halo.
Are you sure?
I shall light this holy ring, release its cleansing flame, and burn a path into the divine beyond.
Pretty much.
Commander, we've got a problem.
So I hear.
Hi,
From
Luna.
what I understand, the Prophet will need an object, the Index, to activate the ring. I've located a library similar to the one you found on the
Lamite would be so tasty. I just know it.
The same way, the
Ring
Index
Pops
should
is
be
the perfect
inside.
thing to describe it.
Coming in and thinking the exact same thing.
Then we better beat them to it, Sergeant. Extract your men and meet me at the library.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll secure the Index, Chief. You take out the Prophet. He's given us all the intel we need.
So. I'll take care of the MC clone eventually. Oh yeah, I should maybe give a checkpoint midway through this encounter. I always forget about that when I'm redoing these encounters from scratch. Let's see. When should I give a save? We got how many enemies do I spawn on normal? Total. Five plus 4 plus 3. Okay, so it's 12 enemies, not counting the fucking sleepers initially. Give you a save when there are 7 or less alive. Maybe 8 or less alive. That should line up with about when they fall back. The great thing about killing drones stealthily is that they don't leave behind a body. When you melee them. Ah! I feel like I should maybe make one of these elites have an upgrade chance of many. Probably the back elite. Love the lighting so much. Okay, I'm liking how this is flowing. I feel like I could maybe justify spawning one more jackal in one of the squads.
We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Maybe even one more patrolling drone. Let's give this guy an upgrade chance of many. And then spawn one more jackal back here. Oh yeah, I didn't set up any of these drones to spawn as majors, did I? Drop things off faster. Yeah, we have adjusted the Pelican's physics so it gets places faster. Same with the Bantam as well. They are really slow. Spawn one more drone up here. A couple more randomized spawns locations. Okay. Let me adjust the trigger that gets the drones to fall back. That's me adjusting my chair's armrest position. I think I'm ready to implement allies here. Okay. Goalie allies initial for when the area is not alerted. Okay. Where should they go? Okay, when the area goes on alert. Have them fight from back here. I feel like probably make them have like 3 orders here would probably make most sense the way I want to have it set up. Okay, starting out, we'll just have them go here. And then they'll progress forward to their standby positions once you've moved up through here. So I need a trigger volume for that. Let's see. Their orders only get switched once you come over here anyway. So these firing points here are redundant. Okay, just make them go here then. Alright, and then they'll progress to their combat orders when the area goes on alert. And then I also need to set their orders manually once the area is cleared out, in case you do the whole thing stealthily. AI set orders. Goalie. Allies. Move up. Okay, goalie, allies, bunker, we'll call this. Get them in combat. Alright, and then when should we have them move up? Probably have them move up when the drones die would make the most sense. So I'll have them use the same trigger as when the drones are weakened. I also wanted to explore the possibility of having the ODSTs go the route that you didn't, so they can outflank the enemies. Oh, that would require its own script, probably. If I do that. Rock climbing animation? That would be very complicated to set up here. Okay, progress to the next order. When the enemies fall back. So, probably set this to like goalie 01 weakened. Set this to like all of them. They only move up once everybody's been weakened. Goalie allies, move up. Okay, now they'll actually start following you. Won't have them follow you over here, though. And probably set them to their initial orders for the next area as well, once the Pelican drop is completed. Decided what the boss fight will look like? I have a pretty good idea. Not gonna spoil any of it, though. Okay. The cut content temple? Was there something else that led up to Regret's Temple here? I mean, cut content in the context of this mission is very broad, because it got entirely restructured at some point. Mercy on Gravemind, physically fleeing from the player? Gravemind? You mean High Charity? He's already dead by the start of High Charity. Okay, if I'm gonna do the ODST idea, then I need to give the allies their own set of their own script. Goalie allies. Okay, AI disregard, AI actors, all allies. Actually, hold on, let me migrate the ODSTs first. AI migrate, allies, ODSTs. Actually, I don't need to migrate them. Yeah, CS run command script, all allies, Yes. Make them aim at the enemies while still under stealth. Actually, let's make ally aim. Let's use that. Hi, Jack. What timing should I have them move up? I could just use the AI trigger tests. Only a 1 weekend. What squad do I need to test it on in this context? I'll do that. Thank you, Medium. Glad to hear that. Okay, that should work. Actually, I don't need to reference the goalie enemies here. I can reference all allies. That'd probably be more consistent. Okay, they need to also have waited until you've actually moved up to the ridge. Should probably have a dedicated trigger volume for that. Okay, yeah. Have them start to move up when you've gotten up here. AI set, orders, allies, ODSTs, joint, bully, allies, ODST. Alright. This can probably be one single order and they change their position depending where you are. To know when they should move up and not just like be right in the enemy's faces. Well, I guess all the enemies over here are already going to be falling back anyway, so I guess there isn't much risk in them doing something stupid, but I always regret saying that. Alright, and their secondary area set. I need a trigger volume that lets the game know you are over here, or not in this trigger volume. If you're not in this trigger volume, then they will, or if you are in this trigger, wait. If you are in this trigger volume, they'll use their secondary area set. Okay, that seems good. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Biggest technical hurdle with the mod. AI pathfinding has been a big pain a lot of the time. AI scenes too. Okay, let's see how this goes with allies. Oops. I should probably not have this many allies with me. It's probably not gonna be the number of allies most players have with them, but anyway, I'll thin that down to like 3 allies. Maybe 4, so I can properly test the ODSTs. Thanks, YupYap, for the remember. Lighting is crazy. Yeah, I love the new sunset sky that we added to this BSP. Need to not have them run that command script so soon. I didn't set their initial orders. trigger volume for starting this. Run this command script if the area has not been alerted. Okay, let's see how they do. Need to run the generic combat thing on them, maybe.
Okay, let's make a splatter painting, people. I've lost track of it.
That is not a good position that you should put yourself in, though. Let's see. Let's only have them check for one of these conditions. Why don't you try to path up through here? I need to have this check for the drones are dead too. Right, the ODST is not getting their orders set.
I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Why did the ODSTs not get their orders set? Let me add a comment here so I know that the timing is firing off at the right timing. ODST should flank now. Having some trouble with the pathfinding hint over there.
Spotted another one.
Good job, guys.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Why are you having so much trouble pathfinding over here?
Here they come!
Squid-headed freak! Grenade!
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Alright. Counter's looking good. Except for the Pelican, which still drops supply pods in a tree. And then gets itself stuck in a tree. Oh yeah, I also wanted to add this a script for Cortana that makes her point out the gondola over here. Chair Prophets as an enemy? I don't think so. That seems really out of left field. Let me adjust my test groups now to spawn you with less allies. Probably like 4 instead of the max 6 that you can have. Okay, let me also, I need to restructure this script here to where if you, to have the Pelican only come in and drop in supplies if you're still in this area. So let's have the Pelican, have the script wait to send in the Pelican until you're not in this trigger volume. And then we'll have a timeout of a... It won't send the Pelican at all if you're just gunning ahead like a moron. Make sure to put a, like, waypoint where the Pelican's gonna drop stuff as soon as it spawns in. Okay, only if you're not in this trigger volume, by the time that timeout activates, will it actually send the Pelican. I also should probably have it so... if you started the next area, then the AI need to disregard the Pelican. I'll handle that in the next area's script. Alright, where is the script that has Cortana comments on the gondola? Gondola O2 Cortana reminder. Let's repurpose this. Repurpose this to play when you get to that overlook, the gondola. Move this further up. Volume, gully, gondola. Possible to have Marines reload like they did in CE and Halo 2? No. Bungie made it so the AI never have to reload. I believe at one point, like, one of the Bungie devs commented why they did that. I think it might have been, like, during a GDC panel. Like, about, like, removing extraneous mechanics. Like, they determined that, AI reloading didn't add anything to the game, so they removed it. I'm not sure if I necessarily even agree with that, though. Because then that leads to situations like Gatling gun concussion rifle elites in Halo Reach. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering why then that the AI reload seemed to reload in Halo 3, they don't. It's just a cosmetic animation for when the AI cover, as far as I know. Like, for when Marines cover with the assault rifle, specifically. Comment this out and add it back in later. I believe, yeah, enemies can still overheat plasma weaponry. Okay, and then let me test this out. Just got this chair today, so I'm testing it out. Fix the incredibly unfinished bit where Arbiter crashes his Banshee. Boy, have I got great news for you. We completely reanimated that cutscene and made it an actual cutscene. Fully custom animations, no recorded weirdo animations.
There, another gondola. Looks like it leads straight to the main temple. Not much further now. There, another gondola. Looks like it leads straight to the main temple.
God damn it. I think we have enough time on this stream to clean up the Pelicans script as well. I appreciate it, will ya, so? Ever say the line when you approach the gondola after the ruins? That's how it is in vanilla. I don't remember the exact circumstances. But by the time you get here anyway, it's kind of like redundant because you're right in front of it. And also I'm gonna have an AI scene, like, when AI... I'm planning on having some activity already going down here by the time you reach here, so wouldn't have too much room for Cortana's dialogue here, and there's other dialogue that needs to play regarding the gondola before hopping on board anyway, too. Thanks, Madam Lava, for the $5. I wanted to chip in a little. Talking with your team and their enthusiasm has been super encouraging, and this mod is an inspiration. Cheers. That's so lovely to hear, Madam Lava. I know you're working on that firefight thing, and I saw a preview of it, and it looked really cool. Halo 2 firefight would be awesome. Thank you.
There, another gondola. Looks like it leads straight to the main temple. Not much further now. There, another gondola. Looks like it leads straight to the main temple. Not much further now.
Let me just test the looking angle at it.
There, another gondola.
There we go.
Looks like it leads
Just
straight to the
within
main
its,
temple.
as long as it's
Not
within
much
your
further
field of
now.
view. Okay, let's work on fixing the frickin' pelican. Just need to grab the points it's flying to. Let's see. That's a bunch of commented out stuff here. Where should I spawn it? Where does it currently spawn? Spawn. I prefer you to spawn like somewhere over here. Away from where the enemies currently are. And then having him fly toward the tower cluster like he says he's going to would be cool as well. You can despawn him when he gets behind one of these pillars. L0 first, and then L1. Then L2. Actually, where do I want him to drop off the Marines? Probably like over here would be best. So I need to make him do a flight path like here. If I want him to drop the stuff here. You're so hungry for H2R, you downgraded your MCC. Desperate times. Okay, and then if you're gonna drop off Marines, you're gonna come over here. Okay, and then we're gonna make you fly over to the first tower cluster. And then we're gonna sneakily despawn you behind this building here. Okay. me also spawn this guy a passenger, because everybody needs a friend. Replace Cortana's model with that of Halo 4's. Yeah, I'm sure that would look perfectly in place. Then I wouldn't get death threats. Alright. Let's see how they do with that. Still trying to find the most comfortable configuration for my chair. Whoa! What happened there, sir? The pilot is zooted out of his mind. Where are you going? Oh, excuse me? Why did all of the point sets reset to where they were before? That sucks. I hate you, Halo 2. I don't like you, Halo 2. I don't like you at all. It's because I chose not to save the current AI resource. Echo 420. green Tana. Melee values tweaked for H2 are similar to CE. More like Halo 3. It's pretty weak in both Halo 2 and Halo CE. Unless you're like falling or moving fast, which is a mechanic that no one knows about. They didn't convey it at all. Yeah, your melee damage in Halo CE and 2 is based on how fast you're running, and also if you're falling. It might just be like your total velocity. Okay, don't wipe my point set this time, Sapien. Might also need to regenerate pathfinding. Or jump melee's the meta? Not in the patched version of Halo 2's multiplayer anyway, because they buffed that to 2 hits, 2-hit kill. Maybe in like Halo 1. Alright. He took a drug test. Now he's all good. Never mind. Bye. I need to give him cinematic visibility. And enable AI pathfinding failsafe. Okay, that's already enabled. Hi, Luckness. Thank you very much. Incorporate Luna's Wraith? You mean her anti-air wraith? I don't know.
My last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there.
Different time light settings to the other two-parter missions? Like what? Sacred Icon and Quarantine Zone aren't really a candidate because nighttime doesn't really change that much.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac. is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Where are you? Now why aren't you moving?
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
You need to work on your technique. God, the passengers of this Pelican are just not having a good day today. Pelican's flight paths always look cooler when you make them swerve all around. Megaloscripting? I don't know what that is.
I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Yeah, they're not hand-driven, but I am telling them to go to points.
We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down
They
there.
can be fully AI
Call when you're ready
piloted.
for evac.
I'm just telling them exactly what to do in this instance. If SpongeBob was a Halo character.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac. My last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down.
For some reason that makes his setting that higher makes his AI break.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac. I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
What are you doing? Yeah, Phantoms are fully destroyable. Made a whole fancy effect for it and
This is
everything.
my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac. This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Oh yeah, the Pelicans are destructible as well. Except for these. Except for the necessary ones.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Almost. Do the Pelicans also shoot at you? Yeah, that's how it even works in vanilla Halo 2. The Spirit destroyable in CER? I don't think so. Because that would cause a lot of issues with them possibly cluttering up the space and breaking AI pathfinding. And also some scripts rely on the dropships finishing their flight paths and despawning to continue, which I would have to go and account for.
I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac. This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac. This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
What the fuck is that timing? Oh, because of this here. The short script. Test script needs to match the actual script.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Trying to make that work graceful. Want it to drop about around this rock.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the
Hell
first
no,
tower
I'd never
cluster, so
abandon
I'll
this
set down
mod.
there.
Sonic Edge.
Call when you're ready for evac.
Close. We're getting closer. It is a pretty good place to drop them, but still not close enough.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Hey, that's pretty good. Need to, like, unrandomize the fucking drop of it, though. Because that just causes issues. also not drop them randomly either, because that causes issues as well.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Hey, that's looking good. Need them to distribute a bit more evenly though, which is very dependent on the Pelican's velocity at the time of dropping.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
That's pretty graceful. Smooth. Need to move this bush.
My last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
How many allies are you getting here?
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel.
I have it, so probably up to,
So I'll set down there.
if you have less than 6, it'll drop you enough allies until you have 6 again. But no, the gondola fight here relies on you having a lot. Will rely on you having a lot of allies to cover you, so it's necessary to make sure the player's refilled before then. You do have the ODSTs, 3 ODSTs at the start, and you only ever get dropped off Marine reinforcements, so those ODSTs are what you got. Would you rather add the BR back to ODST or improve the role of the automag? I added the BR back in my ODST prototype and it worked just fine, to be honest.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel.
Because like if you take away the automag and make it like a specialized ODST weapon that these guys only carry around, then they and you also make the assault rifle like a specialized human weapon if you give it like a grenade launcher like I did, then you need to have something for the Marines to wield in the daytime missions, and the BR is just that. And also you can give the automag a better role by making it actually silenced as well.
We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set
The
down
automag, that would make the automag something that you start with, but you can't pick up in the rest of the level normally in like the daytime missions. And the BR is the weapon you find out in the world. And then similarly, if you get rid of the assault rifle and make it a specialized weapon, then you like reintroduce the regular SMG for the Marines to use in the daytime missions. All that is exactly what I did in my prototype. I think it worked well.
I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Nice for the pods to actually have room to land somewhere. Usually they all fall like behind or on top of this rock.
I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
That's about more where I wanted it to drop. I wanted to drop within this gray zone here. And I'm gonna add 2 more that'll drop as well.
This is my last run, Chief.
Yeah.
I'm nearly out of fuel.
Come to think of it, I might need to do some stealth scripting hackery for Halo 3 as well, because I don't think they address like the broken AI awareness mechanics from Halo 2, where AI just magically
Secured the
gain
first
awareness
tower
of you.
cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
That's just about perfect. I'll have to see, when I add the 2 others, though. That's still a problem, though. But you know, we can't all be winners. Oh, you erased way too soon. Pelican flight path is coming together nicely, though.
Run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
That's more like it.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Now, if I make it fly faster, it probably doesn't need to wait as long.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Hi, lol.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
That's more like it. Preferably don't drop it in the bushes, though. What are we, savages? So excited to turn ODST into a boomer shooter. Parasocial body doubling. Will ODST sprint? I don't think the sprint mechanic still exists like it did in Halo 2. Or just, like, activates after a certain amount of time, which is really janky. Where are these guys going? I don't know what controls that, Willie, also. I'll have to look into that. Trying to get the angle here correct. How I want it. There we go. Perfect. Double snipers. Update Master Chief's armor to have ammo bags like in CE. I would prefer he look like that, but I'm not sure how much you could, if you could do that without changing the silhouette and like look of the Mark 6. But I do like the ammo bags in Halo, the ammo packs in Halo CE's design. Always struck me as weird that the Mark 6 lacked that. Set this vehicle to have cinematic LOD. Maybe Willie also. Buddy, chill out. We've been through this. Doesn't have to be like this. We're coming in hot. This is what you resort to when you're nearly out of fuel. Halo 4 Wardogs powered by chainsaws. Hi, Extreme. Only drop off allies if you are lacking some. Oh, settle down, mister. What are you doing? I accidentally set its speed to 0.1. He ran out of fuel! He warned us! Three 3% chance it just plummets into the ocean. This is looking good. Hi, Walkings. Test it one more time, and then I think we'll call it a night. Going for 5.5 hours. God, those marine permutations look so good. Nice. Okay, one more time. I like seeing pelicans fly around. And have it drop off 2 more supply pods too. Okay, that's gonna do it for tonight, guys. Thank you so much to everybody who donated, especially the $100 donator, who's very generous super chats. Anybody else who wants to support, I got a Patreon. Any amount is welcome. Alright, good night, guys.